And we're live. We're
Hello.
back. It feels so familiar to be back with you. I mean, there's amazing people that I do these Sunday evening live reading shows, but always coming back to be live with you feels so like a little bit like coming home.
Oh,
And before we get into anything, just to give some people time to come in, I will just share real quick what we're going to do and how this works for anybody like new joining. Um, so pretty much what we're doing is we each have our own book and we will be chatting for a while and then we will be going into reading our own books at our own pace while there's a timer on the screen silently on mute and you can read or do whatever you want, do some productivity, some cleaning. And then after the timer goes off, we come back and chat, usually about books, but honestly on this channel, I
you
feel like
never know.
everything and anything. There's no limits really. All right. Um, Shall we start by well, I don't feel like we need introduction, but you have to share what you're reading today, Melanie.
Well, hi, I'm Melanie for those of you that don't know. Also, my name is like right here on the screen. But I'm Melanie from Completely Melanie. I read a ridiculously variety of books, and I'm currently working on 3 different books. I'm going to start with Dignity by Jay Crownover. This is like adult, smutty. Yeah. It's we got a handsome, broody boy genius, like computer genius, and she comes to him for some help and he turns her down, but then she immediately gets abducted. And so he does everything to try to save her and try to make the person pay that did this. And there's a lot of steam scenes. Oh my goodness. So that's the first thing. I'm really close to the end. I'm on page 225 out of 269. So we're really close to finishing that. And then I'm also reading the official grimoire, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Love this so much. It's full of spells and journal entries and drawings and like
Pretty.
each of the this is the one when Jonathan was like the star of the show. Uh, Throughout the whole thing, like all the different characters have like added little notes along the like
Oh,
around the sides and stuff. So like this is Anya here, down here Buffy wrote something, Willow wrote this and drew a picture. And it's just a lot of fun. And I'm currently on page 104 out of like 150 something of this. And then if I finish both of those, I'm going to continue with Siri, Who Am I? Which is like it's a comedy. This girl, she wakes, it's sort of a mystery comedy. She wakes up from a coma, doesn't know who she is, like knows nothing about herself. All she has to go on is her cracked iPhone. And she's wearing Prada. And so she asks Siri, Who am I? And all Siri tells her is, Hello, gorgeous. Your name's Mia. But she has no last name. She doesn't know where she's from, where she lives, what she does. She tries to call the last person in her, like, that she talked to. And it was a girl that was like, I'm done with this. I don't want to talk to you again. And hangs up on her. All of her
ooh,
emails, as she checks them, apparently she wipes her emails out. So she has like no emails to look at to figure anything out. And she goes on like her Instagram and tries to figure out where she lives from that because she posted something that was like hashtag home sweet home. And along the way discovers she's in a relationship with some billionaire and he's in Switzerland and that somebody was likely responsible for her getting hurt and it wasn't just an accident.
ooh,
Yeah. And
intriguing.
I'm on page 109 of this out of like 300 something. So I'm not finishing this today, but I'm hoping to finish the other two and work on this some more.
I mean, you
What
do
do
have hours more than I do to finish stuff today, so I feel like with what you have on your plate, that would still be somehow doable if you do nothing else but read today.
Yeah, that's not happening though. Marty, today is like Marty's one day off. Like he doesn't
Oh,
get a lot of days off, so he's sleeping right now because he's on a night schedule. But I'm only going to be doing this pretty much until he gets up, maybe a
yeah.
little after, and then we're going to spend the night hanging out and
Oh, definitely
watching
priorities.
movies and stuff.
Oh, definitely priorities. I totally support that. Yeah, I mean, usually with these live shows with you and I, we never know how long they're going, but honestly, I am so beat. I don't think I'm gonna be doing this for long as well. I just need to finish Katana of Trust, is it? I have been like this is like this shortest book on my TBR in April, and I haven't finished it and I don't know why. There's like no, I have no reason. I have no excuse. I'm on 14%. And I was supposed to review this 2 weeks ago, and it has like what 139 pages or something. So there's no excuse that I'm not like done. I had a little bit of a hard time getting into it. I believe it's based on Japanese like mythology. It is a fantasy, and the way that it started and the characters were introduced was just a little bit confusing to me, or there was just not enough build up. So that's my priority. I need to finish that because I need to review this, and I'm not dragging this into May. Also, my May, like my physical TBR shelf has not been this full for a while. But I'm so pumped for everything that's coming up in May. Like probably one of my favorite TBRs in a while. So I need to finish everything. And I was supposed to finish the Well of Ascension, and I'm this far.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. It's like 800 pages, but I'm going to need to find a way because I put the next book onto my TBR for next month, and I was smart enough to do it as part of my TBR game, and this is my smooth way of trying to weave my TBR game into this, because I formally need to apologize to you on screen. Because honestly, I feel like such a bad person for not mentioning you in that video. I think I made a commitment to myself to at least mention you in like every single video going forward for at least a couple of months, because I feel so bad about it. It's not usually my personality not to acknowledge something in somebody, and in this case, huge thanks goes to you because um, it wasn't just that you had the idea for it. It wasn't that you just sat through like 2 hours with me, going through every single detail of this and coming up with additional ideas. It was honestly, it was like, hey, you should be doing a TBR game. And I was like, yeah, I totally should be, but I need like a creative original idea and I have none. It was coming like to a TBR game bar, and you were like, prop, 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 choose one. Here's like a gazillion different ideas. Just pick one. And then I don't even thank you for it. It's like, am I just the most horrible person ever right now for not acknowledging that? And because of that, I put it on the top of my speaking notes, like the top of my talking points to do this video was in big letters, thank Melanie. And then I didn't. I didn't.
Sometimes when filming something, especially even if you have like stuff scripted out or whatever, you like nerves or whatever, just you slip and forget something. Which when I sometimes when I'm editing things, like I'll catch, oh crap, I didn't do it. So you'll get editing me here.
Yeah. I
But
didn't realize during editing because honestly, if for the people who have been here during the past couple of live shows, I've been feeling like crap for the past couple of weeks, and especially after a day of work, like my eyes are tearing up. I have this like headaches. It's very typical, like be having a cold symptoms. And when I was editing that, I was just like, let's get this over with. Let's get this over with. And I didn't notice. And honestly, I'm also might have been blinded by the beautiful cards, because I was so stunned that my friend drew them for me, and I was completely blinded by that as well. And I did not
I know. I
think,
was watching and I was like, oh, she thanked that person.
yeah, I know. And because I mean, I had them in front of me and I couldn't, like, I don't know. Oh, I feel so bad. And I'm going to shamelessly advertise my TBR game by thanking you in every video going forward.
Well, thank you.
No, seriously, it was your idea. It was not only your idea, you sitting with me to talk through like some specifics of the idea and having some ideas around how to work like prompts and naming consequences. I mean, I changed a few things and I adapted a few things, but basically that's all I did. And I ordered stuff to make it happen, but it's your game that I just made become like made physically here.
Yeah, I think I'm so obsessed with like these TBR games. I love them so much. They're like my favorite thing to watch. I was literally watching one while I was waiting for this to go live, and my brain it just keeps like creating different TBR games. And so I'm like, if somebody's like, "Oh, I can't think of anything," I'm like, "I have ideas.
Yeah,
I
you
can
can't
help you
do
with
any
that."
more. Like there's no room for you to add another TBR game or
No,
another
like if I
ideas.
could, if I could, I would, but I can't.
I mean, honestly, the way that it's set up right now, if I ever have like a slow month, I'm going to be like, Melanie, do you want to do a TBR game for yourself that I'm going to have to read or something? So just to get you creative outlet or something. Let's go through some comments before we go into our first reading sprint. Jessa, you were the only one here because I suck at doing social media advertisement and I just created this way too late and people probably just got notified a little bit later than usual because I didn't have like the Twitter notification and all that stuff that I usually do because I jumped here from work. Quite busy at work at the moment, and yeah. Hi, Victoria. Hi, Barbarina. It's good to see you. Coming in for one of those decided to ask work later. I'll be reading Dorothy Must Die.
That is
Or
our buddy read book for this week. We're
oh,
reading.
awesome.
That's something that I've read. This is my third time reading that series.
Okay.
My little buddy read group. We like earlier in this year, we started with the Wizard of Oz series, and we got to like the third book, and I just kept talking about Dorothy Must Die and talking about it and talking about it. I was like, guys, like they started like waning off the interest of the series, and I'm like, you need to read. We need to stop the Wizard of Oz series for now, and you need to read this Dorothy Must Die series. And I think once you read the whole series, then we come back to the Wizard of Oz series, you're gonna enjoy it even more because of you're gonna like see how these things came to be in that series. And I like everybody that's not reading it right now. I'm like, why are you not reading it?
Well, I guess I'll have to jump on that train a little bit later. I'm so invested in like culturally different books at the moment. That does not fit my reading style right now, and I think that this would impact my enjoyment, you know. But I'll definitely have to get back to that. So I proper runners, I hope that you enjoy it.
Well, it is by a person of color. Danielle Page is a black woman.
Okay. Is that like, do you see any ways how the author being a black woman has impacted how it was written, or like some parts of the story?
I don't know. I have to think about that.
Well, do that because I mean, I have never been part of the writing community, so I have never given a lot of thought about the process of writing. And I think was it this morning or yesterday when I noticed this thread coming up on Twitter where somebody was talking about their experience studying in university about like being a writer and like poetry classes or something and how toxic that environment is for people who are coming from a minority background, how they are being pretty much told to write more like white old dudes, and their experience and their background is being marginalized in their art form, in their out, like it's criticized in their output. And some of the things that I read, what these people were told how to change their writing, felt really, really off and wrong and harmful and toxic. And I'm just wondering, it must be so much like you must be so much of a stronger person to write and let your own self flow into that if you're going through this type of um, development when you're developing to be a writer. So I'd be really interested in your thoughts. So yeah, think about it a little bit. Purple Reinhardt loves a good romance. Well, I don't, but I love that you do. Hi, Maru. Hi, Barbara. It's good to see everyone. Um, it's Paint Eyelash. Yeah, I had to read that name twice, but I love it. Hi. Victoria is reading Champion by Marie Lu. How are you
Oh,
liking
that's
it?
so good. That's my favorite book in the series.
I only read the first one. Is that Legend?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Legend, Prodigy, Champion, and then Rebel.
I have them all here. I definitely need to go and read them. I'm currently reading Assassin's Apprentice by Robin Hobb. You know what? That's high on my list as well. I just need to finish a few other series before I double into a new one. Hi, John. How are we doing? How are you doing? I'm doing better and better. Like I can start breathing through my nose again. So that's a huge plus. Like I'm taking the small wins. How are you doing, Melanie?
I'm doing good. I'm eating M&Ms.
um, this is referring to the Mary Lou series.
Or the Dorothy Must Die series.
No, it's at Victoria, and Victoria said she's reading Champion by Mary Lou.
It is a very good series. I think the fourth book, like I think Champion does a good job of ending the series. The fourth book's not really necessary. The fourth book was kind of like an epilogue, in my opinion, as far as the main characters from the rest of the series. And it ends up following like the little brother of our main character from the rest of the series. I think with Rebel, that could have been a whole different spin-off series and not part of this. But I personally think it could have ended with Champion, and Champion was 5 stars for me. Missed my mouth.
Hi, Donna. Made sure I put the reminder on when I saw it yesterday. Yeah, see, I was late in scheduling it as well, so everything's coming together right now. I also haven't scheduled Sunday yet because I usually don't like to schedule 2 ahead of time. I like to schedule like the next one after the last one has happened. That's going to be tough when it's like 2 right after each other, but we're going to deal with it. I read the first 2 back to back last year. I need to finish it. So another person confirming it's good. I need to read Dorothy Must Die. I have it on my TBR.
It's fun.
Yeah. I'm going to be listening to the Life of Saints by Liba Dugo. Oh, is that the second one in the Nikolai? No, that's Wolf of. What is this? Which one is this? Life of Saints. And then I'm going to start A Conjuring of Light by V.E. Schwab. Is that the first time reading A Conjuring of Light for you, or is that a reread? Checking Life of Saints.
So am I. Okay, hold on. I didn't find it.
I don't either. I have a feeling we might have to read on potentially we get a correction or something because I do not find it.
I was gonna say maybe that's not quite the title. I'm gonna look up Lee Bardugo. We'll figure it out.
Barbara says, meanwhile, that there's no influence in Dorothy Must Die. Well, I don't see it. Okay.
Though I can tell you, like as far as it being fun, the way she twists these characters from the original, you'll
Uh-huh.
never look at these characters the same after reading this series.
Okay. I mean, I love that. I'm really looking forward to um, where is it? Where is it? This one that is doing something um, differently but similarly as well. I got this for the Alliathon because it has Muslim characters, but this book literally takes three like European-based fairy tales, Rapunzel, Cinderella, and Sleeping Beauty, and puts a Muslim spin on it. And that just sounds so perfect.
Mm-hmm. Where Rapunzel, or Ramaza, or however you say her name, let down your hijab instead
Yeah,
of her hair. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I know that's on Jade from JD Ray Reads, her TBR this month, or like for May.
Oh,
So, okay, so it's the lives of saints.
okay.
And it's part of the Grishaverse. It's featuring tales of saints drawn from the beloved novels and beyond.
I
So
still can't.
it's an illustrated replica of the lives of saints. The Histori Sanctia. It's like the book from the book.
Oh, okay. But why can't I find it?
The lives of saints. Uh,
So weird. That's
yeah.
really weird. Let's move on. Um, I'm right at the beginning, so still getting into it. Well, I hope you enjoy it. I'll try to get it after finishing the one of the series I'm currently on. I'm currently rereading Crown of Midnight. I hope you enjoy. Kara says, surprisingly, I finished all my books before the last day of the month. Oh my God, congratulations! Because I thought yesterday was the last day of the month. I hope you did not get in a panic and finish them like panicky yesterday. You can take some of my pages so I can finish this. I've had such a bad. It's actually not fair to say I had such a bad reading month when I read, I think, at least 10 books, but compared to my reading month before, it was like 50% maybe. I think Life of Saints is just the Grisha Saints and it's separate. It's the first time I'm going to read A Conjuring of Light. I hope you enjoy. Have you done a sprint yet? No, actually, we have not. We're pretty much about to go into the first one right now.
Yes,
You
we
know
need
what? I
to.
potentially have spelled it wrong. I hate Goodreads like this, and yeah. Okay, let me pull up the timer. Oh, why is it not showing the window?
Yeah, I have like 44 pages left of this book. And then like 50 pages, I think, left of this one. Hopefully, I can get through them before Marty's up and ready to hang out.
That would be great. My StreamYard is not showing the screen.
Here, I think I
Just
can share mine. Hold on. Let me pull up my timer.
I just accidentally blocked sharing the screen.
Okay, share.
Now I got it as well, but I'll just use yours. There you go.
Trying to set it in a good place. All right, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what. Um, wait, what? There you go. There's times when you shouldn't be doing certain things. I don't know. Like, I just need to go read. All right. Happy reading, everyone.
Happy reading. That's time. Where's my bookmark? You're still muted.
Yeah, kind of a challenge to get myself unmuted right now because I muted myself on one device and not the other, and all getting mixed up. Oh, how did you do?
I can't remember what page I was on when I started, but I got to 243, so I only have 26 more pages left.
Nice.
I think I had 44 left before.
Nice. That's
How'd you
really
do?
good. I think I read like 10 pages, still getting distracted with my brain that is just welcoming distraction and just a few things that potentially is good that I'm thinking about them. I just forgot something that I didn't do at work that I was supposed to and messaged my colleague being like, can you please just do it? And I just remember took the time as well to put the social media announcements out that I usually put out, so people know that this is happening. And not everybody is like Anna and like, I didn't know. I'm so sorry for just not being good at letting people know that it's happening.
Oh, I did the math and it was 18 pages. That was it. That's all I got. But oh my gosh. As soon as I picked up the book, I was like, oh yeah, that's where I stopped in the middle of a one of those scenes.
Oh,
I was
oh,
like,
and reading
okay
them
then.
like on camera must be so awkward. I don't know if I mean,
I read a couple of those scenes in the time that during this sprint. So it's like
oh,
one of those scenes, story, story, story. One of those scenes, story, story, story. One of those
and that
scenes.
all on like 18 pages.
Mm. It's a, with as much like, okay, there's more smut in like the last 100 pages than in most of the book, because they're not like, they're kind of feeling each other, but they're not doing anything about it until like the last
Right,
100 pages or so, and then it gets just filthy.
right. Now you get
But the
with all the
story is
build up.
actually really good. So
Yeah, right, because you read it for the story. Come on. Who are you
no, the
kidding?
story is really good. I actually want to like, so this is the second book in a series, but it's the first one I've read, and
Okay.
so I've bought the first book. They work. You can read them as standalones, but like I'm learning about the characters and stuff that are in the first book, so I want to go back and read that one and see what
Right.
all happened with that, and then continue like the series and read about the different characters. I like it. They're criminals, but they're like trying to make the place a better place. So they're like criminals that are like he's a computer genius guy, and so he hacked into this database that had like pedophiles and stuff, and
All right.
released this information out to the public. And
I feel like I have seen a TV show on that premise.
well, and then you got like, yeah, they do a lot of shady stuff, but they're like doing it for like the betterment
Yeah.
of the place. And then like the people that are supposed to be the good guys, like the mayor and stuff like that, they're actually the bad
Right.
guys.
Yeah.
Like she the reason she came to him for help is because she is a person that helps people like create new identities and like start over and stuff. And the mayor's stepdaughter, who's a teenager, came to her and needed to get away
Okay.
because she was pregnant, because the mayor, her stepfather, was molesting her and got her pregnant,
Hmm.
and she needed to escape. And so No here helped her escape, but then the mayor is after her because he
Right.
wants the
Right.
stepdaughter back. And so she comes to him asking for help to like hide her, and he's like, I don't mess with political whatever, no. And then like right after she leaves his house, she's abducted, and she leaves her bag behind, and he's like feels just terrible that she got abducted, and so he's like out to find her and does whatever he needs to find her, and then they're like gonna make the mayor pay, and it's really good.
I mean, if you take out the smut, it sounds like a book I would love to read, but
I mean, the smut is fun.
it just feels awkward. I don't need to read it. Like, I just don't care for it. I do understand the appeal, but it's just like it bores me, so much that I'm annoyed.
I was actually like, there was a one of those scenes earlier, and Marty was up for a little while. He was installing a ceiling fan in the room where we sleep, and I'm like following him around, reading this out loud. He's like, Lord.
Oh, that's cute. Alrighty. So where were we? Conjuring of Light is part of my May TBR. So you are already done as well with your April TBR. I'm so impressed by you people. Perrin has read 14 pages.
This is what's left of my April TBR, pretty much. Yeah.
Well, I don't even want to talk about it. Like, I have already deleted so many things from my TBR, it's not even funny anymore. And I'm used to deleting a couple of books as we go along, because the way that my TBR is set up, it's supposed to not be done by the end of the month. But at least I get like the essential books in, and I feel like this month I haven't gotten the essential books in. 5 minutes left in the audiobook, so we need to get into the next sprint rather than we could finish that. I read 10 pages, but I'm also at work, so needed to stop. Totally understand that. Hi, Melissa. Read 31 pages. Good, great. Well done, Donna. I'm so glad for you. I wish I would have read 31 pages because I need to like get through this book. Don't worry, I saw your WhatsApp story and rushed to my computer. Thank you for joining. It feels like, yeah, sorry. I will stay for a few sprints, but I have an early morning tomorrow. As I said, I don't think that we're going to do more than a few sprints. It sounds like Melanie, I don't know how long it'll take until Marty will get up, but
I doubt he has an alarm set since it's his day off, so.
he deserves to just sleep as long as he wants to.
Yeah, he ended up getting off early last night, like really early. I don't know why. Maybe he just took off early. But he came home around like 2 a.m. and Sanders' friends walking up to the house. He came around 2 a.m. and so he slept part of that time. Then he got up with me at like 8 o'clock this morning and was up for a few hours, and then he's gone back to sleep. Okay, I'm going to mute myself because I have to go answer the door. Hold on.
Do that. Same here, literally been struggling with the reading slump for this whole month. I feel you so much on that. Is there like, did anything happen? Did a book put you in the slump? Did you just not feel it? Or like in my case, I totally put it on just not feeling healthy, not feeling like my brain can absorb things like normal, and I'm way more tired than normal. I think that this past week I went to bed like 2 or 3 times at around 11 p.m. and I usually don't go to bed before like between 2 and 4 a.m. And then I sleep until like 11 a.m. and start work at around noon. So still sleeping that long, still starting work at around noon, except for 2 days, and then going to bed at 11 p.m. is just, it does not seem normal, but I felt beat all week. For the past 3 weeks, I feel like 2, 3 weeks. And yeah, I've been slumping a bit during that time. Finish today's pages. Yes, and Dorothy Must Die. Nice. So are you continuing to read something else now? Are you continuing to read Dorothy Must Die? I think it was due to being sick for 2 weeks. Yeah. See, I feel you really, really, like I can relate to that. Then where I am has been put on lockdown again, and so my kids have been home online with school. Oh dear. I feel that too. Although my kid has never bothered me much because he pretty much just locks himself in his room. But I also feel that a lot. I completely understand why you have been in a slump. I hope the beginning of May takes you out of it.
Me too.
Maybe these sprints are going to kick it off, and then off you go into a non-slumpy month.
I'm excited for this month because well, I was trying to like take it easy on myself with like my TBR things this month because my birthday is May 7th. And so I wanted to have a little bit of an easier time for May. And for those that watched my Wheel of TBR that posted today, they'll see how easy I took it on myself.
Still have to watch that. It posted when I was at work, and I've been I've been looking forward to watching it, but they didn't have the time yet. So yeah, but I have 28 books on my TBR, but I think that I actually have a good chance of finishing a lot more than usually because there's two, three middle grade, some rather like small and quick ones, one normal graphic novel, and then this big one here is a graphic novel as well. When I first held that in my hand, I was like, "Oh damn, this is gonna be a big
Mm.
one. This is gonna take me like it's heavy
That's a
too.
graphic novel? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
it's really nice. I'm really looking forward to this.
Wow.
Honestly, the art is so beautiful. I love it. It's very like
I have some graphic novels on my TBR this month. I'm excited.
yeah. The other one that I have on the graphic novel is the one by George Takei, where I have been wanting to read that for the longest time, and I just feel like um, it's the perfect opportunity to do that in May. I have four kids, which they all have been struggling. Oh, yeah. I don't even have words for this. Must be so hard on them. No, I think neither of our TBRs are easy, are they? Mine certainly is never easy, but yours, I think, is never easy either.
Not really, no. Even when I'm taking it easy, my version of taking it easy is not.
Um, I'm reading The Life and Times of William Henry Harrison, 8th President. Okay, how are you enjoying that? If I were to follow the prompt from one of your TBR games, Melanie, which one would you want me to follow?
How many books do you want to read? Um, if you want 6 books, then my Cards Against My TBR. If you want a little bit more than 6, because I did end up with bonus spins, then go with my Wheel of TBR. I think I only got one bonus spin. I think. Yeah, I think.
I love that, Melanie. It's such a diplomatic answer, not to like offend any of your games. It's like none of my children is my favorite. I love you all equally. Type of answer.
I mean, I read it, but that doesn't really work for having somebody to do that. So,
Yeah. Well, she could still read the same books, but that's pretty much it. Melanie, your
mm,
version of taking it easy tends to always go out the window.
sometimes, yeah. I mean, I am kind of taking it a little easier on myself this month than I have the past couple of months, but just wait until you see what my easy this month is.
Barbara just started it. Okay, let us know once you know a little bit more if you have a feel. I can do it over a couple of months.
I think she's talking about the TBR game.
Yeah, I mean, pick whichever you want then.
Go for my Wheels of TBR because it's fun. I mean, they're both fun, but that has a little bit more. So, and if you wanted to try to do it each month, you could always like, and you didn't want to read that many books in a month, you could like try to double up or triple up or whatever on the prompts and read less books to complete all the prompts from the wheel.
Well, that's a good idea. I got my TBR ready for the Ally-a-thon. Yay! Share what you are reading. I'm so excited to hear TBRs for the Ally-a-thon. I'm also excited to see if people are going to like pick a book, like pick a book for each prompt, and then just decide along the way how many books they are going to read. Or I think a couple of people said that they wanted to pick first how many books they want to read and then pick the prompts they want to follow. So I'm excited to see some TBRs. Also, I have honestly during researching for this, I have seen and discovered so many amazing books. Maija, or however you call it, is one of them, and Habibi, the graphic novel that I just showed, is another one of them. And one of the other ones that I'm super pumped for, aside from the group book this month, is The Weight of Our Sky. This one. And I discovered that through my research as well. Also, I love that cover. It's super cute. Um, and this book combines like historical events that kind of teach you about history and mental health. And I just love how like the setup is and how it was explained. I'm super pumped for that book. Melanie, taking it easy. Also, Melanie has more books on her May TBR than I have read in 2020. How many do you have total on the TBR?
Anna, how many books did you read in 2020? I'll tell you if you're right or not.
um, don't you don't want to share how many you have on your TBR for May?
Not yet, not because I don't want to spoil anybody for the ones that want to watch the video.
Okay, it's part of the reveal of the video. Okay, that makes sense.
Because at the
Well,
end, I hold up the books that I'm reading for the
right,
month, like
right,
all, from all of the different things.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to read 28 books. So it's one book less than in April, so that's doable.
Your TBR is bigger than mine. My TBR is
Yeah,
not usually that big.
yeah, my TBR is just not realistic. Although I feel like this month it could actually happen because of the amount of like middle grade and stuff. Once Upon an Eid, of course, Free the Stars, and controversial book, well, author Ruthless Gods. Well, you know what? I hope you enjoy Ruthless Gods nonetheless, especially if you've already purchased this before like the controversy started. I feel like it's also different when it's something where views are put on the page, or if somebody just behaves nastily towards the community, which is still a bad thing, and I probably wouldn't want to support them financially anymore. But that's the case when I can separate the art from the artist. But when it's like a mindset, political views, racist views, or something, it usually sweeps over into the art. I read
Yeah.
10 2020.
Yeah. My May TBR is more than 10.
Anna, how many have you read already in 2021? I feel like you're on track to beat the 10. I had already purchased the books from All Crate, yeah. So I feel it would actually be a waste, and it would be, um, yeah, you should definitely read it. Shall we do another sprint?
Yes. And I got to go check on the boy while I'm at it. All
All
right.
right.
Happy reading. That is time.
Welcome back, everyone. How did you do?
I don't think I read quite as much this time as the last time. I've got 12 pages remaining. So I read 14 pages. I'll finish it in the next sprint.
How did I read for 35 minutes in a 30-minute sprint? Like something's seriously wrong with me, I feel like. Because
maybe you had it like where you were reading before it actually started. Like maybe you'd clicked on it prior to or something. I don't know.
I remember hitting continue reading and just now stopping it. That is so weird. Anyways, I read 22 pages, which is a lot better. I'm also getting into the story. I'm not sure if I'm going to enjoy this much because I feel like it could potentially be too short. I think it's a very, very cool setup with like the kami and with the kami being on an island and one girl who has like a birthmark and she's very in the beginning of the book she's identified as um, potentially being able to fulfill a prophecy because she has that birthmark and her father wants to kill her because of that and her mother's like, oh, go to the island, you're going to be safe there, you're with a kami and your family. And now we're like 10 or 20 years later, I think 20 years later, and other people are coming to the island trying to fulfill the prophecy, but she has lived there for all the time with a kami, and it's not bad. It's quite interesting. I just feel like there's such a rich world set up. There's such a cool story set up. I'm not sure how this is going to deliver on 130 something pages.
Yeah, that's a lot for such a short whole thing.
Yeah, I'm on page 50 now, and this is pretty much where I'm at now. So the other potential thing is that it's actually like one 400-page book that is being split into three small books that potentially it's easier to distribute them if you're like not a huge author or something. I don't know. I don't know, but 130 something pages just seems off for me for such an epic setup. Um, 5 books in 2020 so far. That's really good. I'm halfway through the two other. See? But I also have my master thesis coming up very soon. You're gonna rock that, and you're still gonna finish amazing books. And every book you finish is great. So
Brr. It's cold in my house. Brr.
maybe you need to put on something warmer.
Yeah, I have a jacket right here. Marty likes it freezing in the house.
I just got
but
my
also like it gets hot upstairs, especially when the doors are closed and stuff. And then you're under the blanket and everything. So it has to you have to keep it cooler during the day when he's sleeping. But then I can turn it up after he gets up. Right now it's like
I got my bill for last year, so I like it freezing now too. Well, to be fair, we didn't heat a ridiculous amount, but my heating bill is ridiculous. Also compared to like my neighbors upstairs, their heating bill is ridiculously low. And I'm like, how is that even possible? I'm only heating the living room pretty much and the kitchen and at a very, very normal temperature. Am I using the heater as much as I would have like summertime in my home all year round? Because that's not the case. Donna got 29 this time, but we'll be right back going to order some dinner. What you having? And I want to know what you're eating. 20 pages. I'm loving Knox and Amy's crush on him.
and Dorothy Must Die.
Yeah. Finished Life of Saint and then got distracted. We'll start a Conjuring of Light in the next sprint. That's fair. I think putting some time between books is absolutely fine too. Like,
I don't know what you're talking about. Putting time between books, what? I can't do that.
Got to page 345. I read 20 pages. How many more pages do you have left? Like, what type of book is this? Is this like a 380 or an 800 type of book? uh,
Mm.
I read 18 pages, fed the cats, and made tea with a snack. A success. That sounds like a success. I probably will finish my buddy read portion in the next sprint. That sounds good. Why is your face so red now? Potentially, have you read something that makes your face red?
No, I think it's just, I don't know. I think it's the lighting. Or I could be a little sunburned because I was sitting outside earlier because I was like, it's freezing in my house. So I'm going to sit outside in the sun and
There's
get all
sun
warm. I
that's
think it's
silly.
just the lighting though, because sometimes when we do this, my face looks red. I don't know why. It just does. But you can see sometimes it shifts and it doesn't look like it's quite as red. Just depends on the lighting. I don't know.
Melanie, get a blanket. I was freezing on Tuesday and was too lazy to grab a hoodie, and then I had a cold on Wednesday. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I got my jacket on now.
Melanie went from book nerd to rock star. I love that. Yep, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. Good observation. Ooh, ordering Greek. I love it.
Yummy.
What exactly are you having? Now I want to know details. Like, have you seen this show on Netflix that does like the cooking with leftovers?
I don't watch a lot of anything. So right now, the only thing I've been watching lately is old seasons of Hell's Kitchen. I'm like binging Hell's Kitchen, but I haven't watched anything in like weeks.
Well, that would probably fit right. Well, would it fit right in? I don't know. I mean, depends on the reason why you're watching Hell's Kitchen. If you are watching it for um, a, a chef yelling at people, then this is not.
I love Gordon Ramsay.
Me too. Me too. Um, but the show on Netflix pretty much is a competition where cooks cook with leftovers and try to transform leftovers into something new and cool. And I just watched an episode with Greek leftovers, so that's why I had to think of that.
Yeah, I've noticed like when I'm over here, my face doesn't look red.
So are you going to sit like this now?
When I'm right here, my face looks red. When I'm over here, it doesn't really look as red. It's got to be the lighting.
Mel, my son loves a cold house. I seem to read more in a nice, cold, comfy environment. Oh, that's interesting. And in to see them, big old bees are out. I seen one. Only thing I don't love about the sun coming out. Really, there's bees already?
Oh gosh, yeah. Like when I was out there trying to read, there's not only bees but also wasps
Oh my
buzzing
gosh.
around me, and I was just like, "Ah, please leave me alone." Yeah. Oh
Hell
yeah,
no.
giant bees. They're like
No, no,
huge.
no.
They're like
No, no, no.
thumb-sized bees.
No, not having that. No, no, thank you. Move on. Nothing to see here. Reading The Servant's Curse by Liza Maxwell. And the book is 746 pages.
I figure if I turn my screen, like turn my thing, maybe I
Yeah,
wouldn't look as red.
it's just weird because I'm so used to seeing you differently. It's so weird. I need to get used to.
This stack that's over here, like beside my bookshelf on the arm of the couch, that's what I've read in April. Plus a couple
Yay!
audiobooks.
Not bad, not bad. I used chicken Caesar pita with Oasis poutine. What is Oasis poutine? I mean, I
What
know
is
what it
what?
is, but what is Oasis poutine?
I don't know what Oasis is, but I know what poutine is.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's what I feel. That's exactly my. I love a poutine. I love anything with fries. Best poutine ever. Review of the Oasis dry food. And that does not.
I'm hungry. We're talking about food now. I'm like, I'm hungry.
Is it like cheese gravy and fries? Just I mean, that's just a poutine, isn't it?
I think so. I'm
You
so
have
hungry
the
now. It just hit me all of a sudden. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Whole food.
Are you hungry or do you have an appetite?
Oh no, my stomach is literally making the growling sounds.
Do you know what? That's so funny. The growling sound in my stomach before the surgery, I had that when I was hungry too, but now I only have that when I have eaten. So like right after I have eaten and I'm full, then I have the growling sounds now. That's
Mm.
so weird.
Yeah, Marty's up, and I'm like, I was telling him, I was like, so here's what we can do for dinner. If you need help, I can help. Otherwise, I was like, but you don't have to do it right now unless you want to. He's shaking his head at me.
Well,
I love you. You're gonna eat a bagel? Man, I'm hungry.
Melody dropping all the hints. Like, I mean, this is not even hints anymore. Like, my stomach is growling. That heat goes up, so if you live in higher floors, you won't need to use as much heating. You basically get the heating from the lower floors. First floors are always colder and less cold as you go up. Yeah, I mean, I know that, but I can't like if my house is like at a normal cold living temperature, is that really enough heat for them to not having to heat at all and for my bill to go up? It just feels a little bit off. Also, where I live, houses are usually quite well isolated, so they keep the heat in the rooms a little bit better than in other places in the world. I don't know. I don't know. I just want this bill to be gone and not see that kind of bill anymore.
How much was your bill again?
Well, I had to pay 600 euros, so something like 650, 700, as a so the way it works is that every month you pay a certain amount that should cover this bill, but then at the end of the year they actually go and see how much it is, and then they go and see if you have overpaid or underpaid, and then you have to either you get a balance back or you have to pay an additional fee, and I had to pay 600.
So what did
It,
do you know what it came out to be, like your average for per month?
um I would have to look that up because I know that only I think I would be at somewhere between. I calculated it down for even I was looking at like what is a high heating and etc. I would have to look it up. I'm trying to
Oh,
not think about it, but it was um l- potentially like 200 a month just for heating, around that.
wow.
But I'm not sure how comparable that really is because I do think that different countries have very, very different price tags on utilities. So I'm not sure how comparable that really is.
For us, like our heating and our air is part of like the rest of the electricity.
Right.
Like that's all together. How much is our like electricity bill? Like 300?
So for electricity, I pay another 150 a month.
Yeah, so you pay, wow, you pay what we pay then. So you pay about 350 total a month. We pay about, well, we pay like 250 to 300 a month, but ours is for an entire house.
Yeah. I think that this is probably 328 square feet that I'm living on. Does that sound
328 square feet. That's small. Like very small. No, it's not a closet. It would be like a studio apartment.
No, it's more than that. But let me just try to, because I have no idea on like. Oh no. So if you I just calculated meter to feet, but that didn't work. Square meter to square feet is comes out to 1,070. That's my place. So 3 times the size that you 1,070.
I think ours is like 30, like 3,000 something square feet, like 34 or 3,600 square feet.
That's a bigger house here. Yeah. But yeah, it's just way too much. And then I think that I paid roughly 200 a month um on just electricity. That does not even include warm water. Warm water is extra as well. And just the on just heating. And then I think that my neighbors paid something like 40 or 50, like a quarter of mine. And they have the same size apartment, and that just felt so wrong. Um, but the numbers are right, and the like we have meters at every single heater in the house, and the numbers are right. It's just something about like my heater is powering through sometimes, and it's like the room is not heating up. If you have people living under you, yeah, probably that's it. They live above me, and I have nobody living under me, but still, it should be too well isolated and for my heat to completely heat their house.
My house is cold right now because the air conditioner's going because it's hot outside.
Well, I'd really like that right now. So yeah, a normal poutine but with feta cheese. That sounds good. I want a poutine now. I joined during the last live. I got my first shot today. Yay! Congratulations. 150. Yeah, my electricity bill goes through the roof as well. And that is basically because I am full time in home office and I have a son full time in homeschooling. We both have two screens and a laptop and a and then a TV, and all these things combined are at 150 very, very quickly. So also we cook differently. So we have two dinners with a stove that goes on electricity. So that just goes up very quickly. Our electric last month 120.
But in
It's
the
always
US, electric is like her electric includes like heat and all of that, or air
oh
conditioning or whatever's
yeah,
needed.
that's yeah, that's amazing. Uh, live in an apartment complex that provides water, but my electricity is about $160. But that includes then
The heat and
everything.
everything. It includes like the power for the hot water heater,
Right.
all that. I mean,
Yeah.
we have to pay for water separate, but like well, like they Purple Rain Hearts doesn't have to pay for water because the apartment provides
Right.
that. But like for us, for example, we do pay for water, but it's like so little, like $12 a month or something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's every 3 months. I don't know. It's a small, really small amount.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Frank. Hold on. Um, three. Yeah, I just realized that as well. Thank you for checking. I pay 60 electricity, and we usually get money back. Honestly, if you live in a small apartment, that sounds a lot more realistic. Um, but we have two people living here. So I think something like 1890 would be normal if we both wouldn't have been at home 24/7 for like the past last year. Um, Obviously, we use a lot more electricity if we're home all day, every day. I live on the top floor and it's way too cold in winter and way, way, way too hot in summer. We want to move this year. I bet. Like top floor is awful like this. It is supposed to snow here again? Are you serious? I am so done with snow. Thank you. No, thank you. Much rather would have the heat. Yay, Anna, getting your second shot tomorrow. Why are you nervous about your second shot? Doesn't that experience from the first shot should help? Shouldn't that help? Or is the second
Some people have had like stronger reactions when they got their second one.
right?
I don't get my second one until sometime after the fourth.
I just hope that there's at any point in the future at least an inkling of like knowing when I might be able to ask for an appointment for the first one. Hi. In my area of Tennessee, it was all foggy this morning, and now the sun is out with fury, and wasps are out as well. The devils! Oh my gosh, that sounds horrible. I mean,
Yeah,
I would love
the
people.
wasps and the bees are pretty bad out there right now.
That sounds horrible. Yeah. The second shot has stronger reactions with contact. Yeah, okay. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. I have all the faith that you're gonna be fine. So Melanie, are you going to be leaving because Marty's up, or are you going to be doing one more sprint?
Oh, I'll do another sprint, giving him time to like wake up and stuff. So
Cook you a meal. That's what you're saying, right?
I don't know if he's gonna cook me a meal.
People
I
are
mean, it is like what we normally do during the live show, but I don't know if he's gonna cook me a meal. Marty, are you gonna cook me a meal? Marty, they want to know if you're gonna cook me a meal. Eventually. He said eventually.
people over 40 where I am can only get the shot. Well, we're very far from that, I feel like.
Yeah, he said he's still half asleep.
Well, let him wake up. Let's get into another sprint then.
Okie dokie. Let me get my timer up here. All right. Happy reading. That is time. I was very immersed in what I was reading.
Were
So
you?
I finished Dignity and read the author's note, and then I picked up the official grimoire, and I got a few pages in that. I'm on page 108, so like 4 more pages. But this is the a magical history of the evil trio, written by Andrew Wells. Are you familiar with the show?
I certainly am like quite familiar.
Okay, so do you remember who Andrew is?
Yes, I do.
He's one of the trio. He was like the one that has
Right.
like having to live in the
Yeah.
house, and he wrote this like, gentle readers, I've been given a quest by the resident Wicca of this house. Anyway, she has this like post-it note in here where she's like, I mostly told Andrew to do this so he'd stop bugging everyone to let him read the book. But even so, this is south of helpful. But he looks so hopeful that I'm making a big show of putting in the book. I'm writing on a post-it. Tra la 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 la. Okay, he's gone.
Oh my gosh. It just everything that you talk about, like when it comes to this book, it just takes me back. I get so much nostalgia feelings, like, oh,
Oh my gosh,
it's,
this is so much fun to read. And
I
like
bet.
the page before, so okay, where I started it. So this was where she was sacrificing the deer and getting the stuff for the spell, and this was the spell to bring Buffy back from the
Uh-huh.
dead.
Uh-huh.
And then this journal entry here talks about how that spell happened, like how they did it and how it was successful, and that Buffy doesn't have quite as much pep, and but Buffy did come in and like, oh, where'd she go?
I'm still here. I just want to see better.
Oh, but Buffy came in the magic box, thanking them for saving her from the hell dimension, which she wasn't in hell. Uh, and then how Tara, like how the magic transformed Willow a little, and how Tara seems a little put off, and
Too. Like this book really looks beautifully done.
and how like they brought a poltergeist back, and this was how to make the poltergeist corporeal, so it could so Buffy could fight it, and then yeah, it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of really cool art throughout, like different. Oh gosh, when she died,
That
yeah.
was the most emotional episode I have seen
Mm,
on TV. It was
that and
so
Tara.
well, the mom so much more because I just felt like it was from an artistic producer's standpoint, it was so extremely emotionally well executed. Um, it was amazing.
The tarot. Hold on, try to turn it. Okay, the tarot cards, and then you got like things move.
This is really cool.
Yeah, this one was funny. Like, when Jonathan was like the star of the
Oh my,
episode, and everybody like worshiped Jonathan,
oh my
and
God.
where
I that episode annoyed me so much because I just did not care for that storyline. I usually like these like twisted on its head universes, but Jonathan back then annoyed me so much. I was like, I don't want a full episode of people worshiping him. Give me the next one.
this is a like a journal thing from Giles about Jonathan, but like while he was like Jonathan's fabulous,
Oh
and
my
then
God.
like all of the different people commenting. So like Giles is like, this is something I want to forget, and then Anya, Buffy, Spike, Giles, Spike.
Spike.
It was fun. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. Oh,
I
like You remember these guys?
Oh my gosh, yes. So creepy. Like, so also really well done. The way that they bring horror to, like, they're not doing much and they just give me the creeps. So like, oh.
Like that whole episode is illustrated here.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, super fun book.
Yeah. So yeah,
But
I
yeah, I'm
only
like
read
seeing all the episodes in my head as I'm reading it.
that. Yeah, I bet I would too. I like my nose is closing up again, and so I feel like I can't read because it's like, pressure, eyes, and brain, and like,
Mm.
so I only read 16 pages. My dinner's on its way. Could be here by the time you're done with the timer. I'll be back for more reading after. Well, enjoy your dinner. I had to relocate to my bed because I'm getting tired. So if you don't hear from me anymore, I might have fallen asleep while reading. That's what I'm feeling right now as well. uh, got 24 pages done. Nice. I didn't finish the chapters yet, but if you are planning to continue, I'll try to finish in the next sprint. Unless you fall asleep, is what you're saying.
Yeah, my dinner's coming too. Marty's cooking.
He is.
Yeah. So I'll probably go until the dinner's ready, and then I'm gonna get off and eat and hang out with Marty.
How much longer do you think until he is ready?
Hey Marty, how much longer does the food have? Oh, the oven's preheating right now. How long does it take to cook? What does the paper say?
It says I'm in the kitchen right now.
It says what?
It says I'm in the kitchen right now.
The way you just call him, it sounded like you're calling like a digital assistant. Hey, Marty.
Do I? Okay, so the oven's preheating right now, and then it's got to cook for 35 to 40 minutes.
Okay.
Do it.
Is there like a status going on, or am I being timed?
He's like, is there a status update going on? Am I being timed?
Yeah.
She's shaking her head yes. No, she was just wondering like how much longer I was going to be on here. I told her I'd stay until food. Do it. Nah, you never fail.
Barbara's
He's wrong if you know me.
Barbara's gonna go have lunch with her husband. Yeah, no, honestly, I was just considering if we should do one more sprint or call it a night because um, if you would hop off in the middle and I'm not feeling all that great, I wouldn't see the biggest sense in doing one more sprint. But if you're here for one more, I might turn on to listening to an audiobook because my eyes can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I'm here for one more just because it's going to be over 30 minutes before
Yeah.
food's ready. So,
So then let's do one more.
alrighty. All right. Oh, Barbara asked, "Are there sprints tomorrow?" Tomorrow's Saturday. I don't know. Somebody might be doing it tomorrow.
Yeah, I think there's a few people who usually do some on Saturday. I don't know of any because I'm not planning on participating in sprints, and then I just have my sprints again on Sunday, and I'm probably going to put that up tomorrow. So, yeah, but usual time, place, Sunday evening, afternoon, Monday morning, depending on your time zone.
I film tomorrow.
Ooh, filming at Melanie's house.
Yeah. Filming in my house makes a mess. My library is always a mess for a few days after I film because it's like, okay, I spent the entire day filming and then I don't feel like cleaning it up.
Well, if it doesn't bother anyone, then that's fine.
Yeah.
You can do what you want as long as if it doesn't bother anyone. Anyways, let's get some reading done.
All right. Happy reading all.
Reading.
That is time.
Ah, what's in my story? Oh boy.
Willow just did to Warren.
Aw. So nice.
Willow is a very angry Willow right now because the whole Tara thing just happened. And then she went after Warren and, removed his skin. I love this book. I'm on page 130. So let's see. What do I have left? We got 160. 162 is how many pages are in the book. So I still got 32 pages left. You were listening to an audiobook?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I was because I do have the physical book here, but I'm listening to it to rest my eyes. And I was so in that story. I was having a little trouble getting into this as well, just because my brain is not functioning, and then getting into a fantasy story just is a little bit hard. And with this one, this is the second in a series, and I remember reading the first one. I remember loving the first one, but I remember nothing about the first one. And to an extent that I have read a recap and I have no idea what the recap told me. Like, it's not helping. I don't remember a thing, and I don't even with a recap. And usually with a recap, it comes back to me, but not this time. So getting into it was quite hard. But now I'm in, and the world is forming again and everything. And I was just trying to figure out where I am. I do think that I read 25 pages listening to it on audiobook.
Oh, hold on. I have to tell Marty something. I'm going to mute myself real quick. Hold on.
Let's see how other people did while she's talking to Marty. Where were we? Hi, Willow. Glad you're stopping by. Purple Riddles did 15 pages. That's great. Jane didn't read, catching up on YouTube videos, and hopefully we'll pick back House of Hollow next sprint. I'm halfway through and I'm loving it. That is awesome, and also awesome on catching up on YouTube videos. I feel like I have waves of being able to at least watch a decent amount. You can never watch them all. You can never watch all the videos that you want to watch, right?
I'm back. Sorry. I had to tell Marty a little tweak in the recipe.
Ooh.
I'm reading House of Hollow in the first week of May. I'm excited about that. It's going to be one of our buddy reads with my group. And but it's also Buzzword House.
Yeah.
I'm using it for that. And it's probably one of my most anticipated books. I'm super excited about that because both of her other books, I've rated them both 5 stars. So I'm really excited to read this.
That's high anticipation then. Hi, Reading Legend. Blanca's Books Hive just joined. What are you both reading? So I have just switched to the Well of Ascension because I cannot keep my eyes open without feeling that like they're going to bleed or something. So I turned to the audiobook in that one.
I just finished Dignity by Jay Crownover, and now I'm reading or working on finishing up the official grimoire, Buffy the Vampire Slayer by Willow Rosenberg.
It's so beautiful too.
It actually says by Willow Rosenberg.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Yeah, I'm having so much fun reading this. I will actually be able to do another sprint if you want to, because the food hasn't gone into the oven yet.
Ooh, that's good. So Rebecca, I hope you keep going for a while. Honestly, I was ready to quit, but with the audiobook, if I feel better, so I'm happy to continue for a bit. Melanie can only stay until the food's ready because then there's some precious spending family time with the hubsters. Definitely has priority sometimes. Honestly, Marty is so great with supporting this hobby of yours and all the live sprints and 9 hour live sprints. Just saying. I don't know if I if I had a partner, if they would be so cool about it.
Yeah, he's pretty awesome. And cooking me dinner.
Yeah, we already did uh, acknowledge on these sprints that everybody needs a Marty in their life. So like has really enjoyed How to Follow. That's good to hear. So, supporting your high anticipation for this one. Is The Well of Ascension the second book of Mistborn? Yes, it is. And I remember really enjoying the first one, and I have high hopes for this, and I have the third one on my May TBR. So yeah, I know that isn't going to happen anymore today because today is 22 minutes ago. So that sentence didn't make sense, but it's not today anymore in that sense.
It's after midnight where she's at.
But as I always say, it's only the next day until you go to sleep. But I will not be able to finish this before I go to sleep.
Not likely, no.
I cannot stay awake for another 12 hours, so that's not going to happen. But I know that after these sprints, I will probably go to bed and then just put the audiobook on and see how quickly I will fall asleep, and then see how I'm going to finish the rest. I'm so excited for my May TBR too. So I'm like, why did I put the phone here? I actually wanted to put them down here. Just brought them over and forgot them up there. But yeah, I just wanted to keep looking at my May TBR. I'm so excited for every single book on my May TBR. It's like I want to get to it.
I I have a couple that I'm like, eh. Well, actually, I have one I can think of that I'm like, eh.
No.
Just because it's one of my Have I Read It books, and I've had it for 3 years, and since then I've learned that that type of book's not necessarily my kind of thing.
Right.
So I'm like, I don't know if I'm
It
gonna.
a potentially rather unwhole type of book.
Yeah, it may. I actually said in the video that I was like, well, I imagine this is probably going to be one that I may read a couple of chapters of and then end up doing nothing and unhauling, just because. I mean, but it might, I might read a few chapters and be like, I'm really enjoying this, but
Yeah.
it's one of those zombie kind of books, and
Right.
I haven't really found a lot of zombie books that I enjoy. So yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
that's
see.
tough. I sometimes have phases where I really do like zombie stories, but I think that zombies is something that I enjoy much more in the movies than in books. Somehow I just feel like it doesn't translate to books as well. I just like the visual action and different pacing and not reading for 10 minutes like a gory situation. Um, what was it called? I had one that I really enjoyed because it was a little bit more, I don't know, it just felt a little bit different, and I really enjoyed that one. If I can, was it Feed or something? If I can think of it, I'll send you that. But yeah, I think with some things, it's just that with some topics, there's just different mediums that you prefer. It's
Mhm.
for things like catastrophe. I love catastrophe movies. I love to see how human beings react in like extreme situations and how they change behavior and how they react to just extreme circumstances. And I just love all these like world-ending catastrophe movies, but it doesn't translate well to reading because the pacing is just something like it's something that I enjoy for like an hour and a half or two maximum, but not 10 hours reading a book. Um, Also, what I've learned, I really enjoy cutesy romance with I like a tiny magical twist like you would see in like Disney movies. When it's K dramas because they are so it's a different vibe. Um, and it's more real and way more absurd at the same time, in a good way. But I don't like it when it's like American produced, over the top Disney.
See, I like them. I like them in the book format. I like them in
Yeah.
the movie format. I am a sucker for those.
And it's so interesting how like different formats. Is there anything that you like in a movie format that you cannot stand in a book format, or vice versa?
I'm I don't know that I've really read much as far as like the catastrophe kind of books. I enjoy those movies, but I don't know that I've ever really gravitated towards reading a book like that. I mean, yeah, I've read the dystopian ones, like the after the catastrophe
Yeah.
kind of thing, but not like the oh, this meteor's coming to the planet and stuff. I haven't read things like that. Um, and I've read some. I mean, I've watched some zombie kind of things, like or zombie esque, like I Am Legend.
Hmm.
Um, and I enjoy that. But I mean, granted, they're not actually zombies and that, but still, that kind of fits in the same category in my mind. And I enjoy that, but meh, just as kind of a book, meh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Potentially, it's the same for me currently with things like legal thrillers. I love legal series. I have always loved legal series, but again, there's like one story arc is usually an hour long, and if I read a legal thriller, I'm invested in one story arc for like 10 hours, sometimes maybe more like six, seven.
I think that's something I would enjoy watching more than reading. I have a few of those, and I mean they're okay. Sometimes I enjoy them, but I think as far as enjoyment level, I'd probably enjoy watching it in like an hour, 45 minutes to an hour chunk
Yeah.
than investing a huge amount of time. I know one of my books that I have on my May TBR kind of it has aspects of that in it. Like I read or I listened to the audiobook of the prequel this month, and it's like crap, what was the name of that book? Hold on. It's called The Bone Farm by Dean Koontz. And that's about like taking this FBI agent woman and her partner taking down this serial killer. Like they're stealing girls, like teenage girls, and drugging them and doing what they like with them and then killing them. And she like takes them down. But then and I'm not sure how that ties with the rest of the series, but I know in the first book, it's about her being on the run after like her husband, who like there had nothing, like he was perfectly fine, happy guy, former Marine, kills himself,
Okay.
and other perfectly well-adjusted, happy people are committing suicides,
Okay.
and she's like starts looking into it, and now she's on the run from people that don't want her looking into it.
Okay.
And I'm not really sure how that the prequel ties to it.
Yeah.
I'll figure that out later.
But yeah, no, I think it sounds intriguing, but also I'm not sure if it would be the type of story that I would want to invest 8 hours, 10 hours into getting. I think that mostly I enjoy reading over watching and spending that time when there's like some immersing into an elaborate world, or when it is about being able to really get into the mind of the person that you're following,
Mhm.
relate more to their feelings, to their thoughts, to their thought process, and these kind of things. Somebody wants screen time again.
Mhm. Her royal fluffiness. Here, just put your paws up here.
Hello. Hello, pretty. Oh, this is pretty.
She
All
was
right,
like standing at me meowing.
so if we want to do another sprint, I think we have to start it rather soon because otherwise your food is gonna be ready.
Hey, Marty, has the food gone in the oven yet? Has the food gone in the oven yet? Okay, it hasn't gone in the oven yet, so I won't have to stop in the
Okay,
middle.
cool.
Okay, resetting this. All right, happy reading all.
Happy reading. See you in 30.
That is time. Where did I get to? I got to page 152. The all the potentials are arriving.
Okay.
And the kissing with Kennedy just began. I don't want to say too much because of spoiler, for anybody that hasn't actually watched, but yeah.
Yeah. It's yeah, I just love your experience right there. It's taking me back. And I haven't watched it in like forever. I attempted to rewatch it 2 years ago, a year, 2 years ago. I couldn't get it here. Like no platform was streaming it, and I couldn't even purchase it as a digital version, and I didn't have a um DVD player, and I didn't actually want to purchase the seasons on DVD. Um, at that point, I remember I actually went down into the basement and looked because I knew I still had a lot of stuff, and I still have all the seasons on VHS tape.
Wow. I have all of them on DVD somewhere. But I also have them on, like, I have them digitally as well. I've watched them so many times. And then I know that they're on something, or they were on something. I can't remember if it's Netflix or Amazon or what. I think it's Netflix that at least they were on there for a while.
Well, not here. Neither Amazon nor Netflix. I know that when I wanted to watch it, a lot of people were rewatching it together, and they were watching it on Hulu, which is not available here. So, um,
You kind of froze out there for a second. What did you say? When a lot of people were watching it?
um, a lot of people were watching it on Hulu, which is not available here. So, yeah,
Oh,
I
maybe it
couldn't
was
get it.
Hulu.
But another thing that I found in the basement was I had season 7. Oh my gosh, my brain, honestly. Uh, season 7. I was so anxious to get the new episodes, but because they weren't being shown here in Germany, I actually went and got scripts of the episodes to read, so I knew I was going. And I actually ended up finding like leaked scripts before the season even aired, and I was reading them, and I still have my folder with all the printed out scripts.
I remember we lived in California for a little while when Marty was in the Navy. And I really, really, really wanted to go and try to, like, I didn't know if they did any live audiences or anything, but I really wanted to go and try to be part of the live audience for that show. And then when Marty was on deployment, I was staying with family and stuff, and in Tennessee and Alabama. And while I was there, while he was on deployment, they released the news that the season that they were in was going to be their final season, and I was like, no. I was so upset. I was like, I'll never have that chance. No.
They attended quite a lot of cons after that. Still, like they were quite visible, right? Quite a few.
I never knew anything about any con at that back then.
Yeah.
I knew nothing. I had never even heard of any kind of con, like Comic Con, Book Con. I knew nothing about any of these book festivals. Back then I knew nothing. Yeah. I've learned a lot in the past few years.
I drove to Paris overnight to see James Masters playing with his band, and I saw him play with his band in Berlin as well. It was so worth it.
That's awesome.
So I read 25 pages, and honestly, this is like the perfect place to stop. Honestly, this was like the last sentences I read in this sprint was I kind of lost track of time. For 2 hours, Ellen nodded sheepishly. There were books involved.
That's great. That's a great quote.
Yeah, it's very relatable, and I just love that this is like, and now it's time. I'm like, oh yeah, kind of lost track of time there.
Yeah, I know when there was like 3 or 4 minutes left on the timer, Marty said that dinner would be ready in like about 12 minutes. So I was like, okay, cool. So I have time to talk for a little while and he'll get it out. And then, yeah.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I'm going to finish this today because I'm probably just going to be done with reading for the day. And so this will be probably the very first thing that I finish for May because I literally have like 10, 12 pages, something like that left.
I would still finish that today. I mean, honestly, that is something like, "Ah, give me 10 minutes, Marty."
Yeah, but see, they're not going to be like, May 1st, I'm done with the book.
Okay.
I also, this is not going to get read at all any today.
Yeah.
So this is going into tomorrow as well.
That makes sense. Jess is asking what we're reading. So you showed a little bit, but do you want to say what it is again?
So I started out the reading sprints reading Dignity by Jay Crownover, and I finished that. I think I'm going to give it 4 stars. I really enjoyed it. And then I continued reading Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the official grimoire by Willow Rosenberg, and
Like
Willow Rosenberg,
author here.
A.M. Robinson. And oh my gosh, I love this book so much. This is definitely a 5-star read for me, for sure. I've read another one. It was like the Encyclopedia of Buffy, like something along those lines. And I've read that and I enjoyed it, but I'm actually enjoying this one so much more. Just because how it's all set up and everything. So much fun.
And then the other book that you...
Oh, the other book that I was going to try to read if I finished both of those was Siri, Who Am I by Sam Tashida. And this one's fun, but that it's going to have to wait till May.
I started out reading Katana of Trust, and that is the cover. I actually love that cover. It's so beautiful. It actually looks a little bit more bluish on the screen, but it's actually a little bit more purplish by AC Ward. And I stopped now in the middle of it. I'm not just gonna have to whip it out tomorrow. I feel a little bit bored of it. It's just 130 pages, but it has an epic setting in like with kami and tengu and like Japanese mystical creatures and everything. It's really, really interesting setup, but the characters are a little bit flat, and I think that this is mainly caused by it only being 130 pages. That you don't develop the characters as much as like in a 800 page book is quite obvious. But I feel like with that setup, I need more. I need a deeper something. And because my eyes were starting to hurt and it was boring me, I then continued reading The Well of Ascension, which both of them was supposed to finish yesterday, as of an hour ago yesterday. So I guess that's not happening. I have no idea how to do this because my May is full. But I do need to read this, so I don't know. I'm gonna have to find a way to squeeze 700 pages in somehow.
Good luck.
I need it. I'm gonna. But now that I'm getting into the story, and I do have it on audiobook, it's one of those books where I could just lie on the couch for half a day and just listen to it. And that's good. So Purple Reinhardt's read 28 pages. R.I.P. Gerd. Is that how you pronounce it, Gerd?
Gerd is a character in Dorothy Must Die.
And Donna read 25 pages. I love all the progress that was made today. Oh, and I have a feeling that Anna fell asleep. She did not say goodbye.
Probably.
Anna usually says goodbye, but I think she didn't. And but she did say that if she stops talking, she probably fell asleep. I think that was
Yeah,
that.
she's cozy on her bed. She went to sleep.
Ready to do that as well. I need some sleep. Oh, I'm actually ready for bed. Everything's done. I was able to like clean everything up and do everything while listening to the audiobooks in the last two sprints, so that's good.
Yay. Good job.
I can just go straight to bed. Oh, alrighty.
Well, I am going to have me some dinner and
Yeah,
some
have a
cuddles
wonderful time
and
with
watch
more.
a movie.
Awesome. Look, Blanca's finished the book. I think that's the perfect note to finish on. Have a wonderful time with Marty. Enjoy some quality time. I'm gonna have some quality time with my bed and some
Sleep
sleep.
well.
I hope I will. I certainly feel like I will. So yeah, and I will be live again with reading sprints on Sunday. Hopefully, feeling a little bit better every day is a little bit better. So reading a little bit stronger then. And on the 15th, we're going to be on your channel doing
Yes,
live sprints. Already looking.
indeed.
Well, do you know what day that is? Is that a?
What, the 15th?
It's a Saturday, right? Yeah, it's a Saturday. Oh, and you know what? Between now and the next live show, we both will have aged.
I mean, between now and tomorrow, we'll both have aged.
Uh, you know
But we'll
exactly
be
what
a
I'm
year
saying.
older.
You know exactly what I'm saying. The dreaded 4-0 is in 10 days now for me. Well, 11, 10 days. So,
So you're the 11th.
right.
I had to change because you're on a different day now. So you're on the first already.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the 11th.
And I am the 7th.
Yeah.
And Mother's Day falls right in the middle of that.
See?
Mother's
Just a
Day's the 9th.
celebration. Like, let's just celebrate all the way. I don't know. I'm in between. Should I celebrate or just isolate and just ask everyone to leave me alone because no, I don't want to turn 40.
Celebrate by reading a good book and having a cupcake or something, or
I
doing
assume
something
that
that you
someone's
enjoy with your
gonna
son.
make a cake for me. He likes to bake, and that's his best way of making a gift is by baking. And then I see the kitchen, and then I think it's not really a gift when I have to clean up.
We're supposed to do that too.
He's 16. I'm glad that he acknowledges me.
That's understandable.
I don't know.
Actually, I need to go make sure Xander's doing his schoolwork like he's supposed to too, since I've been on here.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever told you, but for the longest time, my son did not acknowledge my birthday or anything at all, because we do live alone, and I feel like this is something where the other partner, like the other adult, usually helps the kid be like, "Ooh, it's mommy's birthday," or "Ooh, it's Mother's Day," or without having another partner who helps the kid do that. They usually don't like by themselves, and I don't blame them, especially when they're younger. But it never changed. And at one point, I just changed all our passwords to my birthday so that he does remember my birthday at least.
So Marty, he doesn't really do that. Like, hey, mom's birthday's coming up or anything like that. He didn't really do that. Xander, he didn't really acknowledge my birthday or Mother's Day or anything like that unless somebody tells him to. And Becca, my daughter, she would do stuff like when it came to my birthday or Mother's Day, she would try to do something special like fix breakfast or something like that. But she's the only one. Like as far as Beckett and Xander, she was the only one that really would do that. Xander, I mean, he knows my birthday's coming up, but I'm like a child when it comes to my birthday, and I'm like, it's my birthday coming up. My birthday's coming up. My birthday's coming up. Birthday. Because I'm like, I'm a kid. I'm totally a child when it comes to my birthday. I'm like, yay, birthday! Where's my cake?
This is some part of me that
cake.
well. I totally get that. Some part inside of me is like totally like that, but I also feel like I have been burned so much by people just ignoring me because my family doesn't celebrate much, and so I think that I want to be like this, but I don't do it anymore because I'm like, if I'm just home alone, being like that, that's just pathetic.
Not at all, because that's what I'm doing for my birthday. Dan will be at school, Marty will be either sleeping or at work, and I'll be going, yay, it's my birthday, and opening up whatever book mail I've gotten, and my mom sent me a gift that I'm holding on to, and
Food's ready, and I never remember.
No, I didn't say you forgot my birthday. We were talking about kids and kids acknowledging. Yes, you acknowledge my birthday. Yeah, no, we were talking about kids acknowledging birthdays, and that she was saying that it's usually like the other adult that reminds the kid that, hey, this birthday's coming up or whatever, and got to get mommy a gift or something. And I was like, well, you don't do that.
No. What's Xander gonna get? He's broke.
He's like, well, what's Xander gonna get? He's broke.
Well, that's
Xander's got your money for that.
So you getting your gift? And I suck at getting you gifts. So what are we gonna do there?
Oh,
Food ready.
Marty says food's ready.
Yeah. Thank you, Donna. I'm happy you got some reading done. Thank you. And hi, goodbye, Mel. Some amusing times, and
Thank you. And happy birthday coming up to CC2 on the 11th.
yeah, just a couple of days in between. Anyways, thank you, Mel, for being here, and just spending time with me and our friends here and reading. I just enjoy the time with you every single time we do this, so I'm really
I
appreciative.
enjoy it as well.
All right, now go get food and spend some time with Morty.
Yes. Okay.